guys hear me okay? God, I hope my microphone's working. It says it is. Okay, thank God. I can... Oh, Jesus Christ. Hello? Okay. Whoever just followed me, thank you. I put on the alert and then immediately clicked out of the screen. Miss Trucy, she's back. Oh God, the game is like loud on my end. Give me a second. Come on. Okay. Okie dokie. So I have not played this game yet. This version of it. Max and Senna, who are in the chat right now, when we first started streaming the entirety of Ace Attorney, we started with Apollo Justice, so this is a return to tradition. Yeah, Apollo Justice gets music volume controls, but the Great Ace Attorney is left in the... You are not going to believe the amount of options that Apollo Justice has that the Great Ace Attorney does not, and it's forever going to be the bane of my existence. Back to the roots. Polly, I love you, but come on. Lovingly, you are not Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Lovingly. Oh, I forgot to put lip gloss on. I brought it here and then I forgot. So, like, give me a second to do that, because that's part of the cosplay that's important. Wait, carrot in my mouth. Okay. Yeah. Cosplay streaming is hard, you guys, so you're only going to get it from me 4 times. 4 times in this game. This wig is holding on with 2 bobby pins and a prayer. I do have the hat. Hold on. Trying so hard not to knock over 20 things with the hat. Yippee! The hat does not fit on screen. It's fine. Okay, I could not find the gloves either. We're gonna see how long I can last in this cosplay. Yeah, glasses Trucy, because I ran out of contact lens solution at UchiCon. Kazuma Asogi took all of my contact lens solution. Sarah, hi! Hello. Okay. Oh, I haven't streamed anything since Ghost Trick back in, like, what, September? And my streaming setup has since gotten so much more complicated. I think I, like, don't have my mic filters on because I redid all of my OBS shit. But yeah. I'm gonna check a couple more things and then we can start the game. Mortal! Oh my god, hi! Well, now I'm nervous because there's a really cool voice actor in chat. Sorry, I'm looking at the people who are in the chat. What the fuck are those called? Viewers, that's a word. But yeah, welcome to Apollo Justice. I do have a spoiler policy that I think is in the chat rules, but if you're not sure, there is a command for spoilers and there's a command for content warnings. As far as specific content warnings go, I just link y'all to the Does the Dog Die page for the game. But this game does eventually get into some darker topics that I will warn for on a case-by-case basis. Literally case-by-case. But yeah, let's fucking get started. Incredible. The clear strap on my dress just, like, popped because it's held on by a safety pin. I haven't worn this cosplay in, like, a year or 2. Let's fucking go. Ah! Oh, they look so cute. Oh, wait, hold on. Can I... Okay, we're running into this problem called I am a budget laptop streamer and don't have, like, any space on my screen. Give me a second. Stare at Clavier while I do this. Okay, never mind. I can't find it. We're just gonna fuck it, we ball. Sinjiro needs to stop showing me Clavier. We don't get him yet. Okay, give me a second. Okay, that was a lie. Yep, fuck it, we ball it is. Okay. Sprites do look so good. Okay, starting for real this time. I also really love how the UI looks so far. Come on. Oh, Clavier, we're not gonna see you today. I don't know how much of this game I'm going to get through today. When we streamed it on Max's channel, we did the whole thing in one go, and it's a really, really long tutorial case. Turnabout Trump, let's fucking go. We really went through the gauntlet on that one. Oh, I should have gotten my cards. Did they redo this illustration? It looks so nice. Sorry, there's a dead man on screen. That's a little important. 420 blaze it anyway. Panicked, palms sweaty. I can admit, I'm nervous. Ah, good morning. Fucker. Good morning, sir. Max, you look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Wound up, sir! No, I'm loose. I'm fine. That screeching noise, is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial, and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? I'm fine. I got up at 5 a.m. to do my Chords of Steel voice workout. I'm fine. Ah, that explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your screech. Speaking of rasping quality, I made throat coat tea like half an hour ago and haven't taken the tea bag out, so this might taste really bad. Oh god. Because I need to do all the voices this time. I do not have people to help me on this one. Okay, it tastes fine. Where the hell is my trash can? Trucy's hat didn't last like 5 minutes on this stream. Okay. This man. This dude. Things around on my desk. Yippee. Okay. I overdid it again. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. Is that what we're calling it? I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Drift gotten, sir. I'm all over that drift. What's going on in here? As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through. Yes, yes, I'm fine, sir. One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course, and so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. Yeah. If they wanted to do the funniest thing ever, they should have kept everything the same except shortening the length of Kristoff's jacket. Actual relapse, let's go. Whoa. Good, morning. Morning. It's all up to you today. I guess that's my B-next voice. First trial, nervous. Meeting him, cardiac arrest. I can. There we go. It's been literal years. We streamed Apollo Justice when we were still in school. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help. So, you're... Fine! I'm fine. Ah, Mr. Fine, is it? I did remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Sorry, I've been sipping over your grandfather. Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney. And he's your friend. So why... You'll see. Huh? You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. I mean, it's time. Shall we? Yes, sir. The graphics do look so nice. Wow. I think the text box, like, design that's in there... I'm gonna look at every tiny stupid detail that doesn't matter and, like, not pay any attention to the extremely good case that's happening. Okay. I need to focus. First trial. Here comes justice! He's so embarrassing. I love him so much. April 20th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 2. Oh, motherfucker. Oh god, I'm not Jen Coolidge. I don't know what to do. The court is now in session. I was so excited to do voices, I didn't consider... I was so excited to do voices, I lived for a moment in a world where Winston Payne did not exist. I can't do the Jen Coolidge, that's the thing. So unfortunately we have a normal judge. Juge Cosplay when? The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is fine. I mean, ready, Your Honor. Mind going blank. Don't panic. Oh, too late. Your name was Mr. Justice. Why is the judge, like, rendered so... I feel like he's rendered very differently than he used to be. And this is your first trial. Yes, Your Honor, but I'm fine. Really. The years have been unkind to Payne's head. Are you quite so sure? Your voice sounds a little bit strange. Mr. Gavin. Yes, Your Honor? I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always cede to his client's wishes. And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice. Then he's not your client then, is he? Well, of course he wants justice. To entrust his case to this greenhorn. Why? I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience, fine. But does he have cords of steel? Then let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. Hee. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time... Nope, that's not Phoenix. Long time no see, Mr. Wright. Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. Mr. Wright? How could this have happened? I won't speak of it further, then. If the prosecution would be so kind as to explain the charges, Mr. Payne. Son of a bitch, Winston Payne. To think I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chains. Ah, Winston Payne. Subtle as ever, I see.
The crime occurred at the Borscht Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him. Wham! On the head. Smack! Killed him cold.
Customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say he was...
The pianist for the club, it seems.
Phoenix Wright. A pianist?
This is the weapon that took the victim's life. A bottle of grape juice. Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice.
Court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence.
Deadly bottle added to the court record.
Sorry, just a really well-rendered bottle is killing me. Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently. The court record. Right, I've heard of that. Use E to look at the evidence so far. I'm confident in your ability to handle this. Right, just use E. Sounds like it's time for some hands-on action. Whoa, what's happening in this courtroom? Hello? Yeah, court rec. I guess it doesn't force you to run through the... Oh, wait! What is it? Interesting! That's so cute. It has it like a little file folder. Okay. What is the back button? It's not escape, it's the... So, the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But just who was this, Shady Smith? Hello?
We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor.
A traveler?
According to his passport, he had been out of the country for a number of years.
Just use E, Apollo. It's fine, don't worry.
He had only returned to this country recently, though his place of residence is unclear.
Can you guys hear the instinct to go British just, like, because I'm streaming Great Ace Attorney twice a week? And he had some sort of connection with the defendant. Oh, that's a different... The judge and Payne are gonna turn into the same voice eventually, I can see it.
That, too, is unclear at present, Your Honor. We believe they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime.
I think that's the brain rot talking. Anytime I do a character voice, it wants to go British because I'm brain rotted too hard. And I play the Great Ace Attorney twice a week. If they had only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing.
That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean.
Also, I sure hope my audio balance is, like, good.
As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime.
Just wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime in and of itself.
Indeed, it appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal.
It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that. A game, in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor.
A competition?
Yes. A test of wits. A silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Come again?
The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. They're looking so crunchy. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present and impress women.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what he was trying to do, Payne. Impress women. Definitely.
That will be our first... Oh, Jesus Christ, it's turning into the same voice already.
That will be our first order of business here, then. To find out more about this fatal game of cards. Nothing's hotter than waxing poetic about playing cards. Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held the night of the crime. My pleasure. This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing. Oh, Polly. I missed him. It's been nothing but Ryunosuke lately, and I love him so much, however. The competition. I am a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The room where we play in the competition... What? Yes, the room where we play in the competition, and there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is. A game. And our customers are happy. What a terrible testimony. A pianist who can't play piano.
Better than a defense attorney who can't defend.
Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination.
Right, Your Honor.
My first cross-examination. Don't blow it. Are you all right? You're sweating bullets. Bullets? Where? It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too. My brain feels strained and raspy, sir. You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times. Though you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher? What to do? Should I ask Mr. Gavin for a refresher course in cross-examination? I need to know what the buttons are, and also I want to hear Christoph talk, so we're gonna go with the refresher course. Tutorial time. Better safe than sorry, especially this early in the game. Yes, teach me. I know nothing. Indeed. Your job, Justice, is to be mindful of the court record and the testimony. Why do you talk so slow? Your text beeps go so slow. Look for inconsistencies in the testimony with what the court record tells you. When you've found an inconsistency, that's when you present the conflicting evidence from the court record with E. You talk so slowly. But I didn't hear anything strange at all in the testimony just now. A good sign that you need to press the witness with Q for more information. Press him. Don't let the fact he's a remarkable man hold you back. Kristoff? Kristoff? What the hell? Get more information. But isn't Mr. Wright my client? Well, think you can do it? Yes. Thank you, sir. I think I can do it. I think you'd better, or we're going to have a problem. Just remember, find any inconsistencies, any lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it, know it, do it. Inconsistencies? Lies? Phoenix Wright? As if. Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it. The defense may begin the cross-examination. This is always a fun one on a replay. Oh, the cut-ins are so small. Darn. He would never lie. Phoenix Wright? Tell a lie? He never does that, guys. He's totally not famous in court for bluffing. Okay. I don't remember what the answer is, so I'm gonna press everything. No, not. Okay. You can hardly play? Oh, I play sometimes. When customers demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all they want. That's supposed to be a boast just now? Oh, I accidentally turned autoplay on. The title of pianist is a mask. A respectable face I wear for the world at large. Then why are you really at the Borscht Pool Club? Listen, there is always room for more Turnabout Trump. Towing Discord in the witness stand. Let me see if I can make the text beeps go any faster, because they're going a little... Screen flashes subtitles on. Guess not? Okay, weird. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. They pay you just to play poker. That would seem to be the case. I am a professional, after all.
Ah! Do I detect pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me to imagine.
Yes. Your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston.
What?
I've played poker for 7 years in that little room. And I've never lost once. Huh? You see why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw. Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time? As I said, I'm a professional. He's played poker for 7 years and not lost once. Is that even possible? Oh, the reason it's going so slow is that my laptop is low battery. That'd explain it. Okay, there we go. That should fix some of it. Is that even possible? Yeah, there we go. It immediately got faster again. Jesus. I thought Kristoff was just talking real slow, and then Phoenix started doing it too, and I was like, no, wait, that's not right. The room where we play and the competition there are the club's main attractions. I don't know why I read that again. The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction. Has quite a history, actually. Oh, sorry, Nick. I didn't know I had Nightbot on for auto caps. I'll turn that off for the next stream, but I guess you're gonna have to just type quieter. Anyway, hi, Nick. Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day. But black market? Oh, be quiet. Sorry, Nightbot. Nightbot said, shut up! All in the past. Things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. That's definitely not true. Suffice to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Hello. There. Right there in that room. Smoky room, gambling hoods. You know, just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. Bosses gather around the table, cutting deals, safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, Lagoon keeps watch through a small window. They mentioned that so early. Interesting. I can practically picture it now. That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. The room had a few other tricks to it. Though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all good, clean fun. I don't believe that for a second, but okay. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. Why do I keep reading the... 2 decks of cards? Simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards. There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor. Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor. Each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we use 2 types of cards at the club. 1 deck of cards was red, the other blue. As I recall, in poker you make 5-card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat. Yeah. Game of hands. Huh. This competition you're talking about. I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right. It was a simple game, after all. Are you sure? Huh? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant. You were in the room the very moment that the crime occurred. Yet you claim no connection to the crime. Now that's strange. What's strange? I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. Ah! Oh, I completely let the one slip by. Don't despair yet, Justice. Sir? Right. There's something I'd like made clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand. And I'd like to hear it from you. Sure, why not? I feel like I need to leave. I feel like Kristoff and Phoenix have to have a conversation right now and I should not be here. Very well. The defendant will amend his testimony. Disturbing the peace on this fine stream. In the middle of court. Just one little press. And I've got myself a whole new testimony. I plead silence regarding the murder. But I will say, I never touched the murder weapon. I said we will have order in the court. Silence. The defendant has the right to refuse to testify. I haven't forgotten everything about the law. But why? That clearly puts you at a disadvantage. And it's your job to turn that around in our favor, yes? Great. Like I didn't have enough to do already. Justice, didn't you detect anything odd about that testimony? Huh? Wait. Something he said did ring a little strangely. Just one thing. Now what was it? That's a great question, Apollo. I don't fucking remember. When you figure it out, I'd suggest presenting evidence. Evidence that contradicts the testimony. Contradiction in Mr. Wright's testimony. But why? I better check the court record. Can't imagine Mr. Wright lying in a testimony. I can't imagine Mr. Wright lying in a testimony. Isn't it a little early to be jumping to conclusions? This is your first cross-examination. Take it slow. If you need more information, don't forget to press. Right. I got it. I'm fine. Time to listen to that testimony again. Okay, I think it's that last statement because it's a really metal line. I think it's the I didn't touch the murder weapon is weird, right? Aw, how long did I yearn for one of these? Just putting it on makes me feel ready. Oh wait, I didn't mean to click on it. Okay, well. Oh, we get to figure out how to do the spinny thing. Okay. Yeah, it's just mouse. Neat. There's a number inscribed on the back of the badge. There are many numbers like it, but this one is mine. Proof that I'm an attorney. To tell the truth, I get a happy feeling inside just looking at it. I missed Apollo. Okay. Victim, Shady Smith, age, male, estimated time of death, April 17th, between 1:45 and 2:15 a.m. Cause of death, cerebral, bonk. Cause of death, bonk. This is a big-ass bottle. Just absolutely massive. It bears his fingerprints. There we go. Interesting. Get bonked, Shady. Can I look at anything on you yet? Oh, wait, the label. Grape juice. How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Apparently, it's Mr. Wright's favorite drink. I wonder how well it goes with borscht. Anything else I can look at? Bottom of it. Bottle's completely empty. They made it, like, really transparent, I assume, for reasons. Anyway, these have your fingerprints. Objection! He's so loud. I got an achievement for saying objection. Wow. So, you say you didn't touch the murder weapon. This grape juice bottle. Right? So I said. Something the matter, Mr. Justice?
Oh, God. Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb.
What's this, Mr. Payne?
I examined the bottle in question, you see, and it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints.
Oh my god, yeah, they all have faces now, and like, hair. It's a really fucking loud objection. No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine. Excess yelling can damage the judge's ears and our case. But what about my cords of steel? Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant? Well, that's true. The prints alone don't prove. Okay.
Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints.
Huh? I think Polly's ever pointed at his forehead too fast and hits himself with his nail. Yeah, absolutely. I think he's poked his own eye out.
But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down.
Upside down? What does that mean?
It means he was holding the bottle inverted. And there can only be one reason for that.
Monk. God, he looks terrible. Anyway.
Yes, to brain someone with the bottle.
Ah! Apollo. Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worse. Oh? I see no problem, Justice. Huh? The only thing that matters is the truth. Yeah, motherfucker? Yeah? There's a good reason for everything. You'll see. Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court? I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. Not very cooperative, are you? When has he ever been? This could hurt your case.
I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason.
Objection!
Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it that reported the murder to the police? Christoph's objection is so funny to me. Say it with your chest, man, or not at all. No, he's so quiet. For what? Objection. Reported.
Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright. But still, that...
Hey, Christoph, what products do you use for your hair? I'm so curious. Hey, Christoph, what products do you use to make it that shape?
Yes, well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone.
Near the scene?
Let's take a look at the diagram of the murder scene, shall we?
Please tell me it's, like, clearer. I feel like I remember this one being fucky.
The victim was murdered in a small room in a basement 2 floors down from ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant.
I see. And this is the phone that made the call. Nokia brick added to the court record. Do you think he bought the way line when those infomercials aired? Yeah. Oh my god, we have to bring back Christoph, who's like way too into MLMs. And not like the men-loving men kind, like the multi-level marketing kind. It'd be too easy to rob him at a Sephora. Phoenix's phone from 2003 added to the courtroom. Court record.
Phoenix with the Nokia.
The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Yet he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. And you claim he is being uncooperative? Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I better not waste this. Yeah, sugar bear hair, exactly. I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being.
Toyed? I assure you, no one is more serious about...
What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment that the crime occurred. How can you possibly know this? That's a good question. How indeed? The answer is simple. The answer is quite simple, Your Honor. What, Mr. Gavin? What? The prosecution has a decisive witness.
You're as good as they say you are.
So someone else was in the room the night of the crime. That must mean they witnessed the crime. Everything up till now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready? Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand. Oh, I love her.
The witness will state her name and profession.
Hold on just a moment. Where's the witness?
I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns.
So I used a little hair gel. Relax, people. Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off.
You are sure?
I have to be Russian again. It keeps happening. I swear it on my gavel. Please come out. Isn't violence against her a crime, Your Honor?
Well, if you are sure it's okay.
Oh, she's so cute. Now, the prosecution. Wait a minute. I had a nickel for every Russian ace attorney character you played. It's like all of them at this point. I've done like every Russian sailor and this one. Would the prosecution care to explain the witness's paraphernalia?
Yes. She's a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade.
I was just like Lotta for real.
My name is Olga Orly.
Did I forget a line? Oh yeah, and that would be Olga Orly. Hello. Okay.
I am employed as waitress in Bosch Bowl Club restaurant.
Then why the camera? Lotta done better. Honestly, yeah. Peace and love. Lotta could never. Honestly, yeah, Olga is the best photographer in Ace Attorney. I don't know why all the photographers and journalists otherwise are terrible.
Of course. It is my pride to serve borscht that is naming restaurant. But I also perform, how is it said? Other service.
I take it one of these other services is taking the customer's pictures.
Like for example, this one.
That's the defendant?
Indeed. On the night of the murder. Man in white hat is one who is gone kaput.
Indeed. That is the victim. Order! Order! This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps.
It is the same way as I drop cold blue supers on laps of customers. Casually.
Then the court will casually accept this new evidence. Olga's photo. Good shoop.
Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder? I was in room. The hideout, we call it.
Excuse me? The hideout?
It is a room where famous gangster, bad guy, was arrested. It is a room where murder took place.
What?
Your look of utter surprise. It is lovely. I will post by courtroom door later for you. Photos will be numbered, and you will write which ones you want copy of.
So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga Orly are witness. My wig is falling. Come on, Trucy, stay with me. Stay with me as long enough for Trucy to come on screen. Come on. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means... Very well. Witness. I love how Apollo's like, this is a tutorial case. It's going to logically make sense and be easy, right? He will testify to the court about that night's events. That fateful night.
That night, customer asked for me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players played with that on that. The victim, he plays all time with his hand on located neck. Then last hand is done, but something terrible has happened. That man flew at victim and is strangling him to death.
Okay, well, we know what that is. Incidentally, who won the game?
Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith.
That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can't lose. Justice? Maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection? But he hadn't lost in 7 years.
Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as prosecutor, either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. These are the poker chips as they lay at the very moment of the crime. The hand and the chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith.
Chips, you say?
I mean, yes. Imagine that poker is war. Your hand is your army, and your chips are the spoils.
I know that. After all, in my youth I was known as the poker head of courtroom number 3. I think he means poker face. Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. Chips photo added to the court record. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Okay, I already know what this one is, so I'm just gonna go for it.
A man flew at the victim and is strangling him to death.
He is not strangling him to death. He is death caused by a bonk to the forehead. Shit. Yippee. Nope. There we go.
Objection!
Yippee! Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd.
Normal customers only choke on borscht.
She's turning into Jester again. This always happens when I have to do like a higher voice that is a Russian accent. No, I mean, this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head.
Ugh!
Miss Orley, really now? Did you witness the crime? Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything.
Yet, it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor.
Bonk.
Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation.
Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? His head certainly was hit. Bonk.
But I have seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged at victim. His neck.
Oh, really, Miss Orley? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time. Justice? I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more. What do you mean? I found a contradiction. There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me. Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination. Such a thing as thinking too much. This horse is dead, let's stop beating it. There's such a thing as thinking aloud too much, too. Customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold, but... I think it's this one? It's also... I know what parts of the later... Like... I remember later parts of this case, and so I'm trying to make sure I'm not doing that early on accident. It's already April. How could it be cold? Violently remembering many things about this case, yeah.
At Borscht Bowl Club, we have pride on authentic Russian...
I moved the words around.
On authentic rustic Russian restaurant theme.
God. Hello? Okay.
Outside it is city in spring, but inside it is always as cold as Mother Russia.
No way am I going in there.
When it comes to hot borscht, cold is best seasoning, duh?
Isn't the borscht always cold, though?
Hold it!
Is Locket?
I believe it was good luck charm, duh? He gripped it many times as he played that night.
Yes. He must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and stars. Though if it were small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift. The defense would like clarification. This is a locket we're talking about? I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket. Of course I do that. Oh my god, it's been ages since I had zhuzh being dumb. That's it. I'm so used to the smarter judges. It was shaped like... It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that. No, a locket's a locket. It doesn't matter what its shape it is. It's considered bad form to poke fun at the heart of hearing in our society. Heart of hearing or heart of understanding?
So, what happened next?
Hold it!
Something terrible. The defense will refrain from needless shouting. Sorry. I need to seriously reconsider this vocal training thing.
Now, Miss Orley, can you tell us what happened?
Oh, I was so frightened that I trembled with fear. After the defendant tried to strangle victim, he hit him with bottle.
Your Honor, shouting is all he can do. He has no volume control. You didn't say anything about hitting before.
So sorry. I must be forgetting these stuff.
Witness, you will take greater care with your testimony.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
And that clears up the discrepancy with the autopsy report, I believe. The defendant made to strangle his victim, then changed his mind. And chose a simpler, blunter means to do the job. Haha, get it? Blunt force trauma, funny. Yes, that sums it up nicely.
So he strangled him, then hit him. Something's fishy about all this. Go ahead. I believe you know what it is you need to do. Right, sir. Leave it to me. There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim... Oh, it's just the same. Is there a fast forward on this one or no? I can't tell. Okay, after he tried to strangle him, he hit him with the bottle. I don't remember what it is. Oh, I was also going to check this. I forgot. Is there a... Yeah. Wow, the battery's being held up with a piece of tape. He should just buy a new one. Maybe he can't afford it? Or he just doesn't care. Yeah, that sounds about right for Phoenix. Is that it for this? I don't remember. I don't remember this having anything on it, so... Bro, I do not remember. Obviously, it's the attorney's badge. No, I'm kidding. This is the statement, I'm pretty sure. That is weird. I may press the other one to see if it helps. Something terrible. Oh no, wait, I already did that one. Whoops. Sorry. Okay. Oh, I didn't press this one. That's what it was. You didn't say anything about hitting before. No, I did. What the hell? Yeah, I don't know what it is I need to do. I don't remember. I keep accidentally hitting the autoplay too. Is it just... Bro, I don't remember what it is. What the hell? Autopsy because it was only the... That's what I was thinking. I can't save scum anymore. They added an autosave. Let's try it, fuck it.
Objection!
Nope, that's not it. Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. Hmm? It does? I don't see anything contradictory. You sure about that? Objection overruled. Try to think before you make action. Mr. Justice. That didn't go so well. After he tried to he hit him with the bottle. Is it the bottle? Damn it, it's not that. Okay. Is it the fact he's sitting in his chair because there wasn't any struggle? That might be it. Oh god, I accidentally opened up a new tab. I only have so many options. That's the other thing. Bro, I do not remember. It's not our attorney's bench, unfortunately. My only guess is it's this then, because I really thought this was going to be easier. I thought it was going to be fresh in my mind, guys. Oh, it's been a hot second, though. You were dealing cards. Do you do this often?
Da, I am doing this. If customer wishes it, I serve anything. Borscht cards, more borscht. It is my work.
It's good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service.
Welcome you to Borscht Bowl Club, where borscht is as warm as the waitresses.
Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination. Players play with hats on. Okay, so I know the thing that I feel like comes later, but I'm not sure, is if his hat was on when he got bonked, like, why is his hat on? Like, I know that comes up because it's, like, a crucial piece of evidence in this, but I don't think that's here. All this talk- yeah, no, I want horrible borscht now. Or, like, good borscht, because when Max makes us borscht, it's good. It's also not the Russian kind, but, like... Violently dropping my phone again. Beet soup. Many thoughts. Okay. Bro, I don't remember what it is and I'm scared now. Okay, hold on. You know what? I am going to try to save scum is what I'm going to do. Unless I can't. That's so mean. Oh, no, I can't. Okay. Yippee! First save. Thoughts of soup, warm thoughts, chicken noodle thoughts. No, that's Ghost Trick. Okay. We are going to try and successfully save scum this. Right?
Objection!
Fuck. Okay. No, I didn't say that. What are you talking about, guys? No way. I didn't say anything. God. What does she say after this one? Hold on. Didn't say anything about hitting, blah, 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 blah. Witness, you need to take greater care. You forgore. Clearly she forgore. Something's fishy about all this, indeed. Bestie, I don't know anything I need to do. Nice cold thing and hats on. Hello? I love that mod view like doesn't tell me who my new followers are, it just plays the funny thing. Just somebody followed me again. I don't know who. Love Twitch and the way it helps me out when I read things. Hold on. Yippee! Another follower, and I still don't know who it is. Okay, I read this one. Smoriel, thank you. I think the Ibuki was the other one, and then the other one I got earlier in the day I didn't catch. Cool. Yay, thank you. Bro, what the hell was I supposed to do here? Okay, lock it on. Oh, is it? Yes, okay. Yep, he doesn't have to lock it on. That's what it is.
Objection!
There we go. You know, there was one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about? Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on locket at... The victim played with his hand on locket at his neck, I believe she said. Oh, yippee, another follower, and I can't fucking tell who it is. Thank you. Hold on, give me a second. If I can rearrange things, I might be able to get this to... Might be able to learn how to read. Come on. Accidentally shifted chat around. Whoopsie. Thank you for the new follows. I can't tell who you are. But I will find out. It's okay, Cinna. Thank you. All right. I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar. No, but look at this photograph. Do you see a locket on the victim's neck? A mod before even following. Powerful. I didn't even notice you weren't following. Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this. Only took you 84 years. But what does it mean? Yeah, cool person privilege. This is why you have the Awurple role in my Discord server. Which, if y'all want to join my Discord server, there's a command for it, I believe. It is, ! Discord. I can feel my wig cap slingshotting into the back of my head right now. So I may break in a moment to get more water because I ran out of tea and also replace my wig cap. But I'm gonna get through a little bit more of the dialogue first. If we are to believe this witness's testimony as is, and the locket disappeared following the victim's death. Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor. It's quite simple when you think about it. What are you saying? It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off, no? Taken it off. Wait, you don't mean... The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? Sorry, the side view Kristoff is killing me. It's so funny. Defendant? What do you have to say to this? Say. Yes? I just noticed this, but... You have something hanging around your neck, don't you? Oh? You mean this? Yes, it's a locket, with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. Me! I mean, what? Nothing. Come again? Mr. Wright, you have a daughter?
We confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter.
Mr. Wright has a locket, too? Why don't I buy that this is just a coincidence? Her. Well now, if the results of this poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game.
Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost. Badly.
Miss Horley, you will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and the defendant. Oop. I really thought I let Nightbot, like, allow links, so I don't know why it's doing that. I may mess with that in the break that I'm about to take. I think I'm gonna go through this one testimony of Olga's, and then I'll try and fix some of the Nightbot commands, because it also got somebody for all caps earlier. Nah, links are probably fine for now. It's like, you know what? This may help. There we go. You can post things into my Discord server, and that will not have Nightbot yell at you if you would like to join.
The game began with 3,500 point chip in chips for each man. As chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning died was victim. For last stand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and...
Indeed. Looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game.
As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow.
How many times have I heard these words? I done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor, and now I regret what I done. A common tale, but true. Methinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong.
The game began with 3,500 point in chips for each man.
Why do I keep reading it twice? Okay. Press. I know what the bit is in this one, but I don't know what the statement is. Are those points the usual starting points? Were any special rules used?
No, not special. Usual game, usual rules.
If each man began with 3,500 points, then the total would be, exactly 7,000 points. Please, this isn't calculus. It's not even long division. Yay, thank you for the clip. Those chips come in two sizes. Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used?
Duh, of course.
Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? You should absolutely press harder, Apollo. Maybe you could explain a little bit about these chips?
Explain? What is there to be explained?
Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips.
Gregson, I miss you. Thanks. I don't even know what he said.
Not a chip off the old block. Not a motorcycle comp. Not a...
Thanks. Now that I pressed her, I'd better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles even? Lend me 50 rubles.
Yet, as I have been saying before, it was game, not gambling. Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand. 2 types of chip. 100 points chip and 1000 points chip. It is not money, da.
Justice? Sir! Don't you find her comment interesting? In more ways than one, sir. I'd have it added to her testimony myself. Well, does the defense want the witness to add this to her testimony? Absolutely. Yes, I do think this deserves further scrutiny. Add it to the testimony. Wish I knew where I was going with this. Very well. Witness, if you would be so kind.
Da, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Gavin said this testimony is important. To be honest, I have no idea why. Mr. Justice, do the court a favor and think of what you want to say before raising your hand. We are not in kindergarten. Sorry, I'm fine. I better think of something to ask, and quick. The 2 types of chips.
Da.
The small ones are 100 and the big ones are 1,000. Right? Right, of course.
Ha! Don't waste our time.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Ugh. Great, Mr. Gavin made me stop her, and now I'm the one who looks dumb. Oh, Justice? Please try not to embarrass me like that. Huh? Who? Me? There's a clear contradiction in the information you have in your hands. What? It's a simple matter of calculation. Go on, try it. We're not in kindergarten after all. Calculation. Okay, so, I'm not gonna do the math because no, but I'm gonna show people what the hell it means. Nope, that's the wrong button. So, it's nice that they give you the hint when you press it. The bit is, if you count the chips, then the ones that are worth 100 logically would be the small ones, and I guess I am gonna do the math, and then the ones that are big should be worth 1,000, right? So then the one on the left would be 1,400, and the one on the right would be a lot more than that. But they're actually reversed. The big chips are worth 100, and the tiny chips are worth 1,000. So on the left is 4,100, and then on the right would be 2,000, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1,900. So the one on the left is actually winning. I think.
Objection!
Yep. Okay. You're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure.
It seems our new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you who won. If you're not in kindergarten.
Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court? Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1,000 points?
Why, the big ones, of course. Duh.
Oh, I thought so too. But then the totals don't add up.
The totals?
Let's review what the witness told us. The numbers are going to totally be wrong, aren't they? I'm gonna have done the math wrong, right? Each man started with 3,500 points in chips, and the combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points. Yes, if my calculations are correct. Let's see, 3 plus 1, carry the 5. They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. If the big chips are worth 1,000 points and the small chips are worth 100, and you add them up...
How much is it?
Do it yourself. You weren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony.
But why? How could this be?
Exactly. Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. Right. There's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. Both the starting points and the chip count were right, I think is the answer. Right? Because starting points is correct, chip count is correct, it's just the chip values are switched. God, I hope I didn't do that wrong. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in this photograph, then there can only be one answer. Well, what is it? The value of the chips was the other way around. What? Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones.
Madness. Utter madness.
Show me that photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. Why, that does make 7,000 points when you add them up.
Funky.
Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself. He's such a condescending little bitch. Jupiter from TV, hello. It's Apollo Low Justice. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it.
But wait! The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing.
Indeed. The victim did still have the larger number of chips still. Oh, thank you for the follow. I assume that's Jupiter. Who followed me? Yep, Jupiter from TV. Thank you. Ah! Exactly. If the chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100. Let's do a little math. Let's not. Add up the points for each side of the table. The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900 points, and the defendant had 4,100 points. Well now, it seems that Mr. Wright was winning that night after all. Ayo, he was doing what? That's impossible. My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning. Now, Miss Orley, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime, weren't you? She go, Try not to scream because I live with people. Order! Order! It appears our defendant has lost his motive. Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. The defeat never happened. Ugh. We must now ask ourselves, well, okay, I guess I can't say shit, ever. Excuse me. What is it, Miss Orley?
I did not want to be saying this, but actually, you see,
See what, Miss Orley? What do we see?
In the last tent, there was cheat.
Cheat? You don't mean a trick?
Wait, what do you mean? A scam? They're all the same thing.
Yes, there was cheat in last tent. That is why game ends with chips as they are.
Great. It's great. First we have lying, now cheating. Well, this case certainly has taken a turn. For the interesting. Witness, you will please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand. Okay, I'm going to take this moment to readjust my wig because I thought for a second, I don't need a wig grip. It'll be totally fine. I can just wear a ponytail wig without a wig grip. That won't slip all over the place. I'm going to get a wig grip and I'm going to get more water. Everybody else also get water, get a snack, hydrate, do whatever the hell you want. Yippee. I'll be right back. Okay, yippee. I am back. Okay, yippee. Got my hydration. Got my wig back on. I need a new wig for Trucy in general. Maddie! Hi! Hi, Maddie. Maddie of Neutral Godex fame, hi. I need to get a new wig for. So this wig I use for both Trucy and Emma. It actually looks pretty okay in this lighting, but it like if there's like a hint of green like anywhere in my lighting, you can see it in some of my Emma pictures. The hair gets like way too dark. So oh yeah, do you like my cute little new chat thing? No, it is new. So the overlays that I used to, well, like one, we got some funky new overlays coming. Woohoo. But the overlays that I used for Ghost Trick, I lost somewhere. So I kind of bullshitted these ones. But the chat, not the cat, the cat, the chat is, I at like 4 a.m. one night learned custom CSS and made that chat. And then last night also at like 4 a.m. I realized it was not as wide as I thought it was and I had to like relearn how to do it. Cosplaying my favorite character and playing my favorite Ace Attorney game. Yippee! Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm gonna be cosplaying. Okay, so the way that this is gonna work. Yeah, average 4 a.m. Julie moment, that's real. So the way that this is going to work, right, is I am going to be streaming all of Apollo Justice, and going to be so responsible and such a good streamer this time, and actually upload my VODs and clip my videos, instead of just letting them get lost to the void like I did for Ghost Trick. I don't know, I guess I have to play Ghost Trick again, guys. But I will be cosplaying one Apollo Justice character per case. So the current plans for how I'm going to do it is Turnabout Trump is Miss Trucy. Turnabout Corner I'm going to be Emma. Turnabout Serenade I'm going to be Clavier and probably not. Ooh, we have to cosplay Ghost Trick on stream. Oh no. Yeah, I'm probably going to be Clavier for Turnabout Serenade unless I feel like doing La Miroir. But I think it's gonna be Clavier because I really like that cosplay. I think he's still my profile picture on Twitch. And then for Turnabout Succession, there might be some new viewers in chat, so maybe I'll leave that a surprise. But like, if you know the game and you know who I am, you know who I'm going to cosplay for the last case, obviously. Anyway, yeah. Gavin Bros are really fun cosplays. So. Oh, I just gave it away, didn't I? I am still Clavier on Twitch. Okay, so here's the thing. I really like that profile picture, but it's not my profile picture on anywhere else anymore because I updated it and I was like, well, I don't want to go back to an older one. So I changed it from being Clavier, but I really like that picture. And then my Nexus store, if you look at my Nexus store, which I think you can also get through. Hold on. This is going to look really embarrassing if I do it wrong. Oh, I did it right. Okay, you can buy this game at Nexus. And it supports me if you buy any of the Ace Attorney titles that are on there and you do it through my link. But my Nexus profile picture is my Emma profile picture, and I think that's also my Steam profile picture. And I also really like that one, but I already changed it, so I don't want to go back to it. So I have to like get a new profile picture to do across all of them. Anyway, we're playing the game. The longer I talk, the more I'm like, I don't think we're going to finish Turnabout Trump today because I'm remembering how long this case was. We haven't even gotten to, like, we haven't made a dent in this case yet. Anyway, let us continue.
The last hand, both men had a full house. There is 4 of each card in deck, from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, shit is more obvious. The next moment, game becomes argument.
Regretfully, I've already purchased all titles, darn. Well, if anybody wants to purchase them at some point. My Nexus is a solid way to do that. I think I also have Ghost Trick on there. I'm not sure. I can also put other stuff on there. I just haven't gotten a strong request for any game. Capcom titles are preferred, but there's even some non-Capcom titles that you can choose from. Anyway.
The next moment, game becomes argument. The defendant's trick was exposed. He took his bottle in hand. Poor Mr. Smith.
Oh, almost died. Miss Orley, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? New Ace Attorney drinking game, every time somebody goes, why didn't you tell us that from the beginning? Take a shot. You will die within the first tutorial. Thought I smelled the cover up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers. Full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make, in my experience.
That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics.
Mr. Gavin. What's a full house?
Lawyers these days. You don't know your poker.
I can't say this bodes very well for your case. Or your career. What is this, some kind of secret court poker ring? Yes! Next question. Justice. You know the terms one pair, two pair, and three of a kind, yes? Yeah. No problem. 2 cards with the same number makes a pair, and 3 makes 3 of a kind. Good. Now picture a hand with 1 pair and 1 3 of a kind. Gonna move my mic again. Sorry for the noise, guys. Woo. That's a full house. That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it?
You can see each player's hand in this photo.
Wow, they both have full houses. I would be so unsurprised if there was a secret court poker ring.
We forget, there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat.
I keep sitting on my cape. This is... Jesus. I keep sitting on my cape, and the way I did this is not a good cape. Don't look at it too hard, and let's hope that the bad camera quality doesn't show it, because a lot of it's fraying right now. I used glitter heat transfer for Trucy's, like, her shapes. And they keep catching on... I'm wearing pajama pants under the dress. And they keep catching on it, and I keep accidentally sitting on it.
But yeah, she sparkles.
Something, poker head of courtroom number 3, something. The defense may cross-examine the witness. He did cheat in that last hand. That still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand. Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat?
She sparkle.
All cosplay is good cosplay, and you're so right for that. I have some pieces that I want to remake on Trucy, because I did this cape, like, twice really fast. Oh shit, I skipped that. And, like, structure-wise and, like, keeping her for a long time-wise, I should probably take off the diamonds and redo them. And I have so much glitter heat transfer left over. So, like, totally not a problem to redo them. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. I also have these little beads that I found, because Trucy has at the end of all of the diamonds, there's like one little bead, and I found ones that kind of match Apollo's bracelet, and I thought that would be cute, and I just didn't sew them on in time for the con that we were going to, but yeah. The last hand, oh wait, no, I already read this. I swear to God, I just... Is that what that means? Okay, let me let you talk in Nightbot. I was going to say, I forgot to announce, I did allow you guys to add links and access emotes, so... There, okay, now access symbols is fine. I'm sorry Nightbot biffed you guys. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. If it becomes a problem, then I'll put, like, spam things. But as we saw earlier, actually, I got a spam bot while I was still on the stream starting soon screen. And Cinna had to blast them into outer space. Anyway. Both men had full house. There's 4 of each card in the deck from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. Next moment, game becomes argument. Defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in hand towards Mr. Smith. The most tyrannical mod in this chat is the bot itself. Literally. Nope, that's the wrong button.
Hold it!
This is the same thing as Ghost Trick, where I'm gonna accidentally press the trick button when I'm supposed to press the ghost button. Yeah, thank you, Senna. Do you recall what the men were arguing about?
Duh, I believe so. The victim, he shouts, "You are a cheater," and then the defendant shouts something like, "I have objection."
Shouting objection, eh? Old habits are hard to break. First he bluffed his way in through the courtroom, and now he bluffs his way through life.
Objection! However, Mr. Wright lost the hand. You're so intense for what? One's a lawyer. That seems to cast the shadow of doubt on Mr. Smith.
Humiliation from losing even when cheating. That is what set fire to defendant's heart.
Oh no, you can't see the salute emoji, damn. So what did the flaming defendant do next? Wait, the flaming defendant? Wait, hold on. Is that what we're calling Phoenix? Okay. I'm gonna start pressing from the beginning. The huh? The what, Your Honor? Just how hard is it to make a full house anyway? The snake kiss from the ashes.
It is quite hard. It is making a pair and three of a kind at the same time.
None of those words are the words that I said correctly. I guess that's right. Very difficult, to be sure. You can take my word as the poker head of courtroom number 3. He said it again! Yay!
Very difficult, but it is not impossible.
Okay, full house, hard. This line of questioning, a waste of time. Everyone give it up for the poker head of courtroom number 3. Yay, yippee. Okay, no wait, go back. Okay, press. For each card, you say? Yeah.
There is one spade, one diamond, one heart, and one club for each card.
It's just turning into just a, there is one spade, one diamond, one heart, and one club for each card. He's so funny.
It is interesting that the number 4 comes from number of seasons.
Huh, you don't say. Ah, and did you know that the cards are numbered 1 through 13? Add all the cards in a deck and you get 364. A year. Huh, you don't say. Isn't that one day short?
That's why each deck has 2 jokers. They say the second joker stands for the leap year. Thus you have a perfect representation of the year, all in a deck of cards. Huh.
Huh, you don't say. We're gonna be in this courtroom for a year if it keeps going like this. Fun facts! I don't think I pressed that the first time we played it. How is it clear?
Well, the defendant, he played a 5th ace.
A 5th ace? Me when I'm standing in a group of 5 people.
I still remember both hands very well.
Poor Wig is still holding on for dear life. God! Okay. Come on. This fucking Wig. Anyway.
Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. And Mr. Wright's 2.
Obviously, cheating was afoot. Sholmes who? Or perhaps I should say, a hand.
Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's joke. Very well. The witness will add this detail to her testimony, please. Yippee! We found it. Mr. Smith has whatever. Cards. I don't know. A 5th ace? Me when I'm making a singing group to go on the X Factor and I recruit 4 other people. There we go. Different joke.
That should not exist, no? I still remember both hands very well.
Mr. Smith? Oh, wait, we already did this. Whoops. Sorry. Where did this card come from? Oh, no, wait, this is right. Okay. A fifth ace has hit the attorneys.
Perhaps we should ask the defendant that very question. Adding cards to a deck is no less serious a taboo than forging evidence in a court of law.
Yeah. Yeah, Payne?
Ugh. Now, perhaps it's time for you to say something, Justice.
You bet. I've no intention of staying quiet. Not me. No, sir. Charles, wake up. A fifth ace at the courthouse. Wait, hold on. Where is he? I got the bitch. Wake up, bitch. Wake up. Actually, I shouldn't hold him like this. He'll get brain damage. Hold on. One, two, three, four. Yeah. Okay. I feel like it's this one and the one that... Hold on. It's been a hot second. Fifth ace. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. No, it doesn't. Oh, yeah, it is this bit. Okay. I was right. Double checking though. 1, 2. Yeah, there's no 3 aces. Cause stuff happened to the crime scene. It appears the witness is mistaken.
Mistaken? But my name...
Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony. That's the photo of the chips, is it not?
Justice, perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point.
Yes. Please point out the contradiction in this photo. What particular point contradicts the witness's testimony? Does somebody in chat want to be really super nice and tell me which hand is which one? Because I don't remember. The one who's losing is on the right, so that's Phoenix's, I think. Right, it's Phoenix's, right? Nick is in the front. Hold on. Victim back. Okay, I was wrong. Whoopsie. Hold on. And then we're trying to... Okay, so we have to click on the back one. And if I'm wrong, oops. Hello? Oh, I still have to press R to present. Interesting. Please be right. Oh, thank God the music stopped. Okay. I don't think I've ever gotten that one, like, by memorizing it. I think I've looked it up every single time I played it. This is, what, my 3rd time playing this game? God. Miss Orley, in your testimony, you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2 aces.
Objection!
Well, maybe the witness is simply confused. I sure am.
Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question.
I, like, never noticed how loud Apollo was because I've never played this game with earbuds in. Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. Where's this 5th ace? I see cheating all right, and it's going on right here in this courtroom. 2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating. I should try listening to this with my headphones on. I usually don't have over-ear headphones on for streams because I like to hear myself. I like to hear my own chords of steel.
Wait, please. It is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you.
That's odd.
She must be lying, yet she's the most sincere I've seen her all day. You're right to trust your instincts. Mr. Gavin? Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion.
There's something very funny about reading Kristoff's lines while I'm dressed as Trucy.
What might that be, Mr. Gavin? If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards.
The cards? Mr. Payne?
Yes?
The players' hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court. It's nice to see defense spelled with an S again. Very well, the prosecution will submit this evidence. Which will you examine, the victim's cards or the defendant's cards? These cards don't prove cheating was going on, nothing will. Now, which of these hands is more suspicious? I can't remember, does it let us pick both? I feel like it does. I'm gonna go with the victim's hand. It was the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. God. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards. Very well. Mr. Payne, if you would.
Very well. Yippee, victim's hand.
Well, time's a-wasting. Get to it, Justice. Yes, sir.
Oh. It moves it for me.
Tutorial time. When examining evidence, be sure to view it from all sides and angles. Try using to turn it every which way, and B and M to zoom in and out. That should give you a better perspective on the case.
Okay. Let's do this. Wow, this is just like the Great Ace Attorney, guys.
Okay. And then I proceeded to not use any of the keys. Oh god, okay. What is it was B and M to whoa. Anyway. Blue. What? Your Honor, look at this. One of the victim's cards. The back is a different color.
Huh? Huh?
That's impossible. But I put that card in Wright's hand.
What was that, Miss Orley?
No. Yet. I mean, they said, I have...
Your Honor? Mr. Gavin, yes. Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker? To cheat? I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say? Do you think you're funny, Christoph? Do you think it's funny? It's a Russian restaurant, comrade. Sorry, I have to bully the shit out of Christoph right now. It is my job. A character I enjoy very, very much. I have to bully him, however. The dealer. Wait, so you mean... this witness, Miss Orley? She's the cheater. A professional, I'd wager.
Yeah.
Order! Order! Focus, Justice. Time to take advantage of her. I mean, of her mistake. Your Honor, please recall the testimony we just heard.
That's impossible. But I put that card in Wright's hand.
Ergo.
Just like him for real.
Hey, Apollo. What the hell? Ergo, Miss Olga Orley conspired to cheat, not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shady Smith. Pursuit theme, let's fucking go. Ugh. Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim. What? Wait, you don't mean... The defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga Orley. Are you? Also, just the menu theme for this game, the arrangement is so good, the new one. I love this Pursuit theme. This is one of my favorite ones. I think this one and the Justice for All one, aside from obviously the Great Ace Attorney ones. This Pursuit theme and the Justice for All ones, I think, are my favorite mainline Pursuit themes. Time for justice. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident. And if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means... I am. No. I am. Sorry. I love the Ace Attorney Investigations 2 one. I always describe it as Mario Kart music. Ugh, this wig. The defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga Orley, of murder. Oh, there she goes. Yeah, Investigations 2 is a very, Mario Kart kind of. My wig is slipping back again. Okay, I'm just gonna de-wig on camera. Don't even worry about it. Secrets of cosplayers. Anyway, welcome to my Callisto U cosplay. I have to take off this earring to put the wig back on. It's ridiculous. Because as I was on break, when I was like trying to redo my wig, is that Callisto U? As I was trying to put my wig back on, it got caught in the earring. Callisto, where did Trucy go? Surprise! She's been Callisto U this entire time. I also today, yeah, I do cosplay Callisto U. So I introduced myself today in a Discord server actually. Because I was trying to figure out if I'd met somebody in person before or not. And I was like, oh, were you at the Ace Attorney meetup at ACEN? And they were like, oh yeah, I was. And I was like, oh my god, I'm the Callisto U that sprained her ankle at the meetup. Because we had an investigations group, Cinna, who's currently doing a wonderful job as a mod in this chat, was Sheena. And then Max, who I don't know if he's still here or not, but Max was our long. And then we also just like ended up with a couple of other investigations people. Oh god, this is gonna be really hard to do with earbuds in. Wait, I don't need to hear the game audio, it's fine. I was like, I won't be able to hear the chat. Anyway, Max was long. Maddie, you were Franziska for that, right? Because we like ended up accidentally doing like a large investigations group is what happened. Please excuse me while I get bald on stream. Yeah, and then we like knew a couple people who also just like happened to be Kay and Sebastian that day, which was neat. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, so we got there like right as the meetup was happening and I was in platform heels, which normally I run in and I'm fine. I caught a part of the ground and like tumbled onto my ankle, rolled it real bad and sprained it. And the next day I had to go on stage as Mima with my ankle wrapped. Yeah, be safe in cosplay, guys. Don't do what I did. It's interesting to see how to properly put on a wig because I've never seen it done before. Oh shit, I need to put on the... Okay. I have a very large head. But very thin hair. So I can use these netted wig caps and be totally chill, but I need to put on this wig grip, otherwise it'll slip back the way that it's been slipping back. The problem with Trucy and any wig that's tied back is that wigs... Hello? There's a wig hair just like loose. Wig heads, no. Wig hair is way thicker and a lot heavier than real hair. So if you tie it back, that's the weight of the entire wig. Just big head for your big Ace Attorney knowledge brain. That's why her hair is so big. It's full of Ace Attorney knowledge. Anyway, so wigs are heavier than real hair, and when you tie them back, it pulls all of the weight back. And so even if it's a low ponytail like this one does not have a comb in it. Even if it's a low ponytail like this one, it will start slowly drifting back on my head, and that's what these wig grips are for. Hold on. I'm trying so hard. There's a mirror to my side. I'm not just like looking off into the distance. Yeah, Blackwell is another one where like he has a giant like rat tail going on. So I'm gonna try really, really hard not to hit the microphone right now. So I'll have the same wig on for Emma when I play corner. And it will not be this bad because she doesn't have the ponytail. So I can distribute the weight more evenly on my head. And also she has the hair clip going on. Jesus. So I can clip the wig directly into my actual hair. And it'll stay a little better. There we go. Yay. Okay, she's staying a little better than she was a little bit earlier. I'm also, mentioned earlier that I'm not wearing contacts today because I ran out of solution. I always find wearing glasses makes wearing wigs harder because they'll lift up the ear tabs a little bit. Oh, I found my attorney's badge. No way. Sorry. Totally unrelated. My attorney's badge is on the floor. Physically acting as them. So, I've been cosplaying for a long ass time, right? Started cosplaying when I was 9 years old, and I'm turning 24 this year. So, like, I think that the way you carry yourself is a really huge aspect of a cosplay, and like what can really, like, especially if you're on stage or something, carrying yourself the way that your character does can really look really cool. But I also think expecting cosplayers to act is a little ridiculous sometimes. Because especially a lot of people who are new to cons will not really understand. Not every cosplayer is an actor. Some people just like to wear their silly little outfits. I voice act sometimes as a funny. So it's neat when people do it. But like Trucy is one I definitely never act as functionally. I found my attorney's badge. But some characters I just like naturally do it more than others, especially if they have like, what is it? Like really intense shoes or something. And that's like a big part of how they stand and how they walk. Yeah, Trucy's super energetic. I also, when we get to her a little bit later, she's somebody who's kind of always putting on an act, I feel. So she's so interesting. But we haven't gotten to Trucy yet. We'll get to her soon, hopefully. Miss Payne, where is your witness? Miss Payne? Whoopsie. Sorry. Mr. Payne. Where is your witness, Miss Olga Orley?
It appears she has lost, consciousness, Your Honor.
Mr. Justice? Your Honor. It seems you've presented a new possibility to the court. When did Payne's daughter get into the courtroom? He does have kids. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith. And that means? Oh god, I hiccuped. This court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time. Oh, what? I did it. I held out. I see no point in prolonging this the trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries.
Objection!
Okay. That was Sam Riegel, right? Like that was Sam Riegel. That wasn't the original Phoenix, right? Haha, Phoenix, right? Funny. I can't tell. Interesting. It wasn't Sam in the original release, was it? Only for Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice? Sam Riegel, what are you doing here? They took out the original. I think the original voice actor was just like some Capcom dude. Because I was gonna say, the voice actor I know who's got some shit is Apollo's. Or no, unless... It doesn't matter. Anyway, Sam Riegel's here now. You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet.
What nonsense is the defendant spewing now?
Yeah, Apollo's got some controversy attached. Athena also has some controversy attached. Not a good look for the 456 protagonist lawyers. Think. One of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means?
What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous!
Mr. Payne, you of all people should know. Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous. I was gonna say, Apollo does have a new voice actor. I don't know if they changed his voice lines in game, but for the trailers, it's distinctly a different guy. Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night. As was said before. Oh my god, the Athena one. Ooh. I already did that. I'm not doing it again. We alternated between 2 decks of cards that night.
That was said before.
The 2 decks of the club have 2 different colored backs. Athena's voiceover is the same as her in-game voice actor. Or a really good imitation. Oh my god, I can't believe... Trav, I can't believe you voiced Apollo Justice. Crazy. I can't believe I'm Athena Sites. How did that happen? 1 color per deck. I've never tried doing an Athena voice, I don't think. Why use different colored backs? What the... If we use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed. Use 2 different colors and they still got mixed up. I can't believe you're Phoenix, Apollo, and Ryunosuke. Crazy. We used the red deck for the last game. Oh god, the Athena voice.
Objection!
I see, but that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards. Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why you would have that impression, Your Honor. Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards. Whatever. Athena sounded very goofy in the trailer. Listen, Wendy Lee has like 2 voices. Respectfully. I understand that some voice actors get cast for doing the same voice over and over. My childhood voice that is Wendy Lee is Haruhi Suzumiya. And Konata Izumi. I wonder who could have said that. So yeah, Haruhi Suzumiya and Konata Izumi are my, like, oh my god, there she is. What's she doing here? Whatever. In the end, sorry, my water bottle just did something stupid.
In the end, 1 card of the wrong color got into the mix. Which means there was cheating.
Yeah, a card slipped into the decks, which seemed to indicate cheating. Yet, this card raises 2 serious questions. Apollo? Yes? Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think. In the last game, when was the card swapped? When? God, my cursor keeps being places all the time. There are 3 broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder.
Well, yeah, thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright.
Of course it was swapped. Oh. It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne. Or it might not be. I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? When was the card swapped into the deck? Oh shit, I don't remember. This is another problem where it's like, I know what happens later in the case, so I don't know if I'm like jumping the gun or not. I feel like it must have been after though, right? I'm just gonna go with it. There's no penalty, I don't care. Perhaps it happened after the murder? Phoenix, we love him here.
What's that? Ridiculous! What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly.
Objection!
He's so loud, it's so funny. Yes, but tell me. How do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible.
Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible.
Oh, even when the backs of the cards are a different color? If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Quite true. That would mean the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown, after the murder.
Okay, this is going past silly and straight on to crazy. I ask again. What's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that?
Oh, indeed. That's one of the mysteries before us. There's another? Yeah, the murder. Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? Who? The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only two remain in the room. Alive, that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga Orley. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue? Am I supposed to... Am I supposed to say Phoenix here? There's no penalty. Let's do whatever the hell we want. The one who swapped the card was Mr. Wright. It was you, wasn't it? And why would I do such a thing? Well, because, maybe you were trying to hide the fact that you cheated? That would make sense, but the swapped card was in the victim's hand. Oh. Sorry. I'm a nice guy, but I'm not that nice. Come to think of it, he would lack a motive for helping his opponent to win. Damn, okay, I was wrong. Okay, so it's Olga Orley. Bro, I don't remember. What? It must have been Olga Orley who swapped the cards. She was trying to cover up evidence of the cheating. That does make some sense, and it's wrong, isn't it? Sorry. But there's a problem with that explanation. Huh? Swapped card was from the wrong deck. Yes, a blue card was stuck in a red hand.
Goodbye, thank you for tuning in.
Mixing a card from the wrong deck when the backs are different colors. Remember that you're talking about Olga Orley. She was the dealer. It's so weird hearing Sam Riegel in this game. Like, specifically Phoenix being Sam Riegel. Like, he can do a really good, like, deep, gravelly voice, and it throws me off sometimes. There's a Critical Role special. It's the werewolf, like, not the game Werewolf, but, like, there's a werewolf-themed one that they did, where I looked away from the screen and I kept mixing him up with Travis Willingham. It threw me off. But, like, he can do a really good, like, deeper voice. But it's his, like... it's his, like, goofy, silly guy voice. And he's Phoenix. And it's very funny. Do you really think she would make such a novice mistake? Hello? Actually, I have trouble I have trouble imagining even the judge making that mistake. Give it a little more thought, Apollo. Right. No, it's Justice. Okay, so who was it that swapped the card? It was someone else! Christ. The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Wright, of course. And, well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga Orley either. I played a game during the first year of pandemic called Blackout Club where there were a bunch of gods presiding over a hypnotized town, and I think Critical Role was most of the god voices. God. There are some things where they just, like, keep popping up. Persona, like, they're everywhere. I think the only ones not in Persona are Taliesin and Ashley. I almost called her Allison. What are you suggesting? That's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As a defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss Orley at this point. Yes, I know, but she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card. And if the card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright. Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun this all is.
Fun? How about confusing? I've no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. But the one who swapped the card wasn't the defendant, and it wasn't Miss Orley. Then who was it?
Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction. A new direction? Well, I'll find that, indeed, after the murder. Someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand. And that someone made 2 critical mistakes. Speaking of critical. I'm sure you're going to tell us that the first was swapping the wrong color card. They're so cryptic in this one, it's so funny. Because the one who did the swap didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. It's so fun playing this on a replay, and you can see Kristoff getting more pissed with Phoenix as time goes on, and it's so funny because Phoenix just isn't talking to him, like, ever in this game. Like, so far, he has not spoken to Kristoff, and, like, Kristoff keeps making snide comments about what he's saying. It's so good. It's so good. Oh my god. Because the one who did the swap didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. Right. The person replaced the 5th ace with a king. And I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a 5th ace after all. All they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in.
But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist.
True, not until now. But you have to admit the possibility of a 4th person. Oh, are we about to say the line? Are we about to say, like, my favorite stupid Kristoff line ever? Though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime.
What?
I have to take a screenshot of that, Kristoff, at some point. I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright. Do you see what I mean? Why is he like this? I mean, I know why he's like that, but damn. This trial has proceeded on one central assumption. Namely, that at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in that room. He's so passive-aggressive, it's so funny. I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption. The problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court. Bro is so mad. I suppose that is a problem, yes. Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess. Certainly, Your Honor. Very well. Trial will resume in 20 minutes. Are we about to see her? Are we about to see her? Wait, I should get my hat. Hold on. Ugh. Just make sure my hat is in frame. Oh god, what are my bangs doing? Hello? They've been like this whole time? Apparently, yes. Okay, well, we'll pretend my hair looks normal. Hat time. Yes, okay. The hat is too large for the frame. It's so funny. Anyway. That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim that... Oh, I need to push my glasses up too, actually. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. Hat. I must ask, is it the truth? Hi, Nick. You're on screen when Nick is on screen. Well, no. I think you would know the answer to that. Sorry, no, I want to change the inflection of how I did that. Well, no. I think you would know the answer to that. Being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I have no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Kristoff. Justice? Yes, sir? The judge has summoned me to his chambers, so carry on without me. He's so mad. You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear, is that really yours, Mr. Wright? You're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket. Here, you can take a look at it. That's a picture of my daughter in there.
Yay! It me, Miss Trucy.
I love her. I'm just surprised to hear you had a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago? What I did? It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. I never... Honest, but... It is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Want to know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. Huh? You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like trial law. Figure out what your opponent is thinking and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding. That witness, for instance, Ms. Orley. Oh, she's doing it already. I forgot. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? No. Come on, who'd notice that? Words, habits, twitches. It's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me. And now, I pass the secret on to you. But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? But you will. Soon. Ah, almost forgot. One more thing. About this case. You should know, I haven't told the truth to anyone yet.
Huh? I knew it.
I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there, defending me. I need your power. Power? I had no idea my cords of steel were that special. It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. Did I totally time my hat wrong? I totally did. Oh, there's a new font. It looks like a new font. I'm gonna keep going because... LMAO. I think that's the only to be continued in this one. Right? I don't think there's another one. I think the second part is just really long. Let's keep going. Why does it say the next chapter for that? He's so mysterious. 420 Blaze it. Yeah, I feel like there's only one. Court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Miss Olga Orley, recovered? Oh, I totally timed the hat wrong. Damn. Okay, well now I'm gonna keep it on. It's like pulling at my forehead then. Okay, I will wear this comically large hat for as long as I can stand.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness.
Perhaps we can hear her vision. Nope. Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again.
That's the thing. You see, she's quite fatigued.
You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne. Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. The defense would like to take... Nope. The defense would like to request that Miss Orley take the stand. Very well. The witness will take the stand. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession? Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poorer loser. Not. Name's Olga Orley. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quick Fingers Orley. Oh. Oh, really? Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian. And my last name sounds like, oh, really? There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. Olga Orley! I love her. She's such an underrated witness. She would be such a fun cosplay. I should add her to my list. I love her. Witness, you will tell the court what you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan. See? Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences. Fine. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy Smith hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Bowl several days prior to the night of the game. As a waitress. So you were in cahoots with the victim. Not that I needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend. The unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple. Elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. Is that what we're calling that picture? Anyway. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut. Hey, yo. You swap the cards. Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it, it would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on all his prior wins. Oh, the parallels. A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. Thank you! I made it up on the spot. I have one default, sassy voice, and she gets it. I have to itch my forehead because my top hat is itchy. Okay, you know what? It looks silly. Because of where it cuts off on the camera. So I'm going to put it down again until the next recess. A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. I love her design also. The poker dealer. Oh, really, Orley? How droll. But it appears you made quite the mistake. A mistake? I agree. The trap was elegant. Yet, what happened to that planted card? Hey, that's right. Sorry, I tried to read that as Kristoff, and I was just like, how does he say hey? He's lucky, I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quick Fingers Orley. Oh, really? The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick. Cute? Who wants to be cute? The most German, hey. I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad. She is cute, though. When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court. Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung. Yay, Olga time. I love her. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was a no-good, cheating defendant. No, that's a detective from investigations. You're Olga Orley. Wait, what did she say? Oh, God. God. Surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us most in the dark. The trap was perfect, I tell you. Perfect. If that rat and cheater hadn't messed it up. Look who's talking. Well, the testimony for what it's worth is all yours, Mr. Justice. With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? Bad, not cute. God. No, that is the guy. That is the guy from investigations. And with defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? Poor Apollo. Me when I'm bad. Detective cute to parallel Detective bad. So, everything went according to plan. Exactly. The fifth ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud. Or worse things to be known as, I suppose. Interesting to say that about Phoenix. Tell us what happened with the search. I'm in like a weird temperature limbo because like this is a very warm cape, but like it doesn't exist in the front basically. The card disappeared? Yeah, my trump card, the 5 of hearts. Gone without a trace. Poof, Zippo. We searched every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Even inside his cute little hat. It is a cute hat. His daughter made it for him. But the card was nowhere to be found, correct? Never in my long, storied career. How old is she? She's only 21, girl. What long, storied career? Your baby. Never has quick fingers Orly been so readily duped. Oh, really? They do the "oh, really" joke more than I realized. So what did happen to the 5 of hearts? Don't look at me. Why don't you ask that lying, cheating, two-faced defendant? So the 5 of hearts is still missing in action. Girl, I wish I was as cool as that at 21, right? Wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Wright, thoroughly and found nothing? Which means he didn't cheat, which means he had no reason to strike the victim. But, well... Bro, that edible ain't shit. What was that just now? He said something wrong. Something wrong, Mr. Justice? No. Nothing, Your Honor. The forever weed. Press harder, let's go. Miss Orly, you're hiding something. What are you talking about? You... Me? Quick fingers, Orly. Hide something. It's time. The defense will refrain from baseless accusations. I have one question for the witness, then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it. Honest. Look here. Look here with your special eyes. My brand. I saw it when Wright hit him. With my own eyes, I saw it. The instinct to say those words as Lotta Hart because of the speaking part in Tam for a lot of things. I saw Edgeworth, I swear it. God, me when camera witnesses say they swear they saw something. Man, I should cosplay Orly. She's cool. She's neat. It's so a lot of dialogue. I saw it when Wright hit him. With my own eyes, I saw it. Why have I been Lotta on 2 streams this week? I was Lotta of Antiques yesterday. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? That witness, for instance, Miss Orley. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Touching her neck, was it? Whoa. Perceive time. Whoa, what's going on? Does he know? The sensation, it's coming into focus. There, that twitch, it's so clear. It's like I could perceive her habit, like I couldn't before. Oh, I have to actually hit the perceive button, I see. He's laser focused in. Life is like a hurricane here in Duckburg.
Gotcha!
What is this Twilight Zone shit? Oh, Nick. Oh, Nick. Welcome to Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. Miss Orley, perhaps you are unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory, and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it.
Okay. Yay! A memory?
Of a murder. Sorry. Everybody go watch Turnabout and Ace Attorney musical.
Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about?
This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us. Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So what would remind her most of the moment of the crime? Miss Orley, whenever you recall that crime that neck, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an inerasable impression on your neck is this. Bottle, right? Yeah, it's bottle. Bonk. Oh shit, I have to... Paula looks so insane pulling this out of nowhere. The really funny thing too is this is like one of the lawyer powers that's more like grounded in reality. Like this one in Reno's case, because the other ones is like ghost shit. But like micro expressions are a thing that people do. It's just usually you can't, you know, see them with your face. And also they're probably, I'm guessing, they're not as on the nose as you're touching your neck because something happened to your neck. You know? Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. It is more grounded than Edra straight up just using logic. And what reminds us more of that moment than this bottle, the murder weapon. I said that's so weird. Logic, chess, God. But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime. Yeah, hold on. Why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain? Edgeworth throws people into the chess dimension.
What's he talking about now?
It was Mr. Smith, the victim who was hit. Not you. Sorry. It was Mr. Smith, the victim who was hit. Not you. Like the Shadow Realm. Yeah, her Dice Man Down is so fun. I want to make it.
This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witness's habits? They're completely irrelevant.
Justice, I'll admit I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination. I'll explain later. Just trust me. Now's our only chance to break her. Miss Orley, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment.
Yet, I am knowing nothing.
We know you're not Russian. The witness will testify, please. Now. They really said we're going to use this animation more than once. Ugh, fine. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there. Oh, shit. Wrong button. Different personality, but the same testimony. I believe you have her where you want her, Justice. The circumstances have changed, yet her testimony has not. That means there's got to be a contradiction in there. Quite. Okay. Oh, I realize now that I don't know what this looks like in Switch format. There we go. Do I press it again? I don't remember. You're hiding something, and that habit of yours proves it. Huh, ludicrous. I'm not hiding anything. You touched your neck again. No use trying to hide it. I can see right through you. I do not remember what to do mechanically. I do not remember what to do mechanically. You seem uneasy. You try standing up here. Your eyes are darting all over the place. I must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like?
Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at that table until the cops came.
Intriguing. I believe you've gotten all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So, what do you think about her testimony? I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is bullshit. Is basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence.
What's that?
Well, show us this evidence, Mr. Justice. This evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony. She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there. I know there's some evidence that contradicts that. Phone. Miss Orley, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs. The killer brought over the bear. And made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. I forgot that was one of her sprites.
The man who picked up a bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant.
The lobster is so funny. Yippee! It's so weird seeing this full screen. Because even the HD version I've only played on 3DS. Showdown time. You dirty cheat. It is so textured. I literally don't know who says that.
Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to Wright. And he hit me.
You. Some master of cheating you turned out to be.
When I came to,
The victim was already dead, is that it?
that's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure.
Yeah. Well, where does this leave us?
Madness. This is madness. I'm dreaming. It must have been me who was hit with a bottle, and I'm imagining all of this.
It appears our prosecution is at his wit's end, and frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events? Mr. Gavin? Sir?
I believe that
As the defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss Orley a big fat liar.
What?
3 were in the room that night of the murder. The defendant, victim, and her. And she has a motive. A motive? Her plot foiled, the witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. Okay, but did he have to call her that? No, he's so funny. He is so funny. And the denouement of that argument was murder.
Hi, the reason I know how to say that word is Kingdom Hearts.
What? I'm no killer. Yeah, Marluxia says it at one point in Kingdom Hearts. I could not tell you where. It's the only reason I've ever heard that word spoken ever in my life. Because who talks like that? Marluxia and Kristoff. That's it. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me. Kingdom Hearts. Sorry. What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled we catch ourselves in the process. Mr. Wright. Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Kristoff Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. We're at one of my favorite parts of this trial. Right. Like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. Right, like he was saying right before... The girls are fighting! Hi, Max. Welcome back. Oh, wait. You were the one who said, oh boy, cutscene. He comes back into chat just to threaten me. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. And the one who swapped the card didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. A 4th person. This part is so good.
This theory again! Your 4th person doesn't exist!
Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal. The real criminal? And we're in luck. Clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less. What? This is so exciting because I know Nick's in chat and he hasn't played this game. And I'm so excited. Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about? Sorry. Remember what I said. The 4th person who swapped the cards made 1 critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color on the back of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? Obviously, they're colorblind. No, I'm kidding. The cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there is one person here in our court who thought those cards were blue. Yeah, I had that impression too. But why? Well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was?
It's not me, I swear.
That's a really good bit. It's not me. Who is this 4th person? Why do I always get put on the spot like this? Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Oh geez, I didn't read it. Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue? Hey, let's read through the profiles for absolutely no reason. Kristoff Gavin, boss at Gavin Law Offices, first-rate defense attorney, and my trusted mentor. Phoenix Wright, wait. Yeah, I just want to point out the funny thing that is Kristoff is a year younger than Phoenix. Anyway, Phoenix Wright, pianist at the Borscht Bowl Club, formerly an ace defense attorney of some renown. J.E. Smith, victim in this case, traveler, only recently back in country. Age? No, he's a year younger. It's really funny. Winston Payne, the prosecuting attorney. For all his experience, he lacks a certain presence. 61 years old. Olga Orley, 21, the coolest bitch on the planet. Professional swindler, hired by the victim to destroy Phoenix Wright's reputation. 61, yeah. Why is Winston Payne beefing with people half or a third of his age? Rip Winston, you did not age well. Oh my god, poor Winston Payne. I mean, not really. He's a bitch, but like, damn. My wig is like in the wrong spot. Love that I'm drawing out this part for no reason. Come on, my bangs. Okay. Now that my bangs are a little bit better. He's a hater, it's his life's purpose. So, who thought the cards used in the final game were blue? As I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair. Danger music. I was right? No, you're Justice. Christoph Gavin, you were the fourth person that night. Hater with a prerogative. But of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue. The ones on the floor or the table. But look! You can see the colors in this photo. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. The scene is so good. It is true that mute me in the middle of the really important scene. It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor.
A competition?
Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Well, Christoph? Mr. Gavin? Mr. Gavin! Is something the matter? No. Nothing. Excuse me. It was just so sudden. Right. You aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Christoph? You know even I'd never take a joke this far. I feel like I have to leave. This has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity. This is the tutorial case. They're insane. We should not be here. We should leave. This is the first case, Nick. This is the introduction. There's a tutorial happening. We're in divorce court. The defendant... I'm sitting on the cape again. The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder. I assure you, I'm quite sane. What possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim? I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either. Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met. Well, what if they have? Huh? There is a possibility, after all. They may have met that night, before the game started. What are you suggesting? Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the... The defense would like to request no such thing. Mr. Gavin? Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before that game of poker be related? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin. As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss Orley... Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you. I love this game. Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you. Oh. Okay. Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony? Yeah, let's piss off Christoph. This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along. And I intend to see it through. I almost just spilled water all over my floor. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court. That too, Justice. You would betray me. Your teacher? I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth. Pissed off Gavin. Not him quoting Caesar. Yeah, welcome to Kristoff. Extra motherfucker. Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please. I also forgot we accused him so early. Appetite before murder. That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. This game, the brainworms. Yeah, this game is so good. I love Apollo Justice. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Yeah, this is probably my second favorite Ace Attorney game, but it's so close with AA3. Honestly, it might be higher. They're both really good. And then Great Ace Attorney is just on another level for me, but you were at the Borscht Bowl Club the night of the murder. The vibes are impeccable in this trial. I dined with him rather frequently.
And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder?
Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. Again. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you, Wright? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong. They're so bitchy. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Justice? Sir. He's lying, and you're going to expose him. Understood, sir. Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial? Please let this be a normal field trip. With the frizz? No way! God, this case is so good. That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat together at the table in the photograph. You had dinner with Mr. Gavin? Cruising on down Main Street. Yes, he dines with me at the Borscht Bowl Club quite frequently. We were enjoying a usual dinner at our usual spot. As usual. Usual? I always eat at the table closest to the piano. I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting.
So, the plates and such on the table were from your dinner?
Indeed. The remnants of my meal with Kristoff. We dined for 2 hours, then Kristoff left. After that... Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. The usual dinner at our usual spot. As usual. We dined for 2 hours. Interesting. 5 minutes? So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time. That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure. Why do you laugh like that, dude?
Oh, Mr. Wright, what was it you said? Kristoff Gavin and Shady Smith may have met?
Oh, it's the video game riff. Sorry. That's like always in Pokemon songs. Anyway, I believe I did say that.
Here I was all nervous about this meeting. And now we hear they just passed in the hall.
That does seem a little weak. The voice is gone. That Does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder. Yeah, this is a good cross-examination theme. Oh, it would be. If that were all that really happened. Hey, yo! Come on, Mr. Wright. What are you hiding this time? When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Miss Olga Orley mentioned? The plan was simple. Elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. My phone! Put my phone in my hat for safekeeping. Shady Smith is also fighting the misogynist allegations. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. You know what? Yo, a lot was happening at the Borscht Bowl this night. Not anymore. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut. You swapped the cards. Sorry for not giving Shady Smith a real voice. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. What are we reaching for, Shady? What are we reaching for? Yes, a harmless prank, in essence. It was by a quirk of fate. Nope, fate, that I happened to discover it. A quirk? I happened to put my hand in my pocket, found a card. The card she planted. Yeah, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of Hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card. Before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I'd been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. An empty bottle of grape juice? The murder weapon? Yes. I rolled it up and shoved it in. Yo? Sorry. The colored glass makes it hard to see. Battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. Sounds like terrific drama. It is terrific drama. Have you not been watching? A card inside the murder weapon. That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look. Mr. Wright, the poker head of courtroom number 3 approves this battle of wits. Judge has a secret popcorn bucket under his robes for this one. Please revise your testimony with the new information. Yippee, new testimony. Okay, let me look at the bottle. Girl, it's in the gavel. Turn around. Yeah, it's distinctly not fucking there, right? Like, quite obviously. Bottle's completely empty. And there's nowhere else on the bottle that we can look. I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. Why in the bottle? I perceived my opponent's intent immediately. I'm used to entrapment, you see. I knew what was coming. Yo! Oh, so you struck first. I like that. Yo! I know every trick in the book. They don't work on me. At least, when you get lucky and stick your hand in your pocket, they don't. Yo! Okay, we do have evidence against that. Do you think the judge is one of those tiny kitchens like those Korean hamster cooking videos? Yeah, he does.
Objection!
Bottle's empty. Mr. Wright, if I may. Oh, my scarf has been moving. Yeah? He bangs the gavel to hide the sound of popcorn popping. I've examined the bottle and I don't see any card in here. No? What, Mr. Wright? Surely isn't all you have to say for yourself. I can't say I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh? Perhaps a 5th person came and took it out? Oh, and a 6th person could have helped. Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client. My apologies, Your Honor. Hi, that's my favorite fucking stupid line. Perhaps a fifth person. Oh, and a sixth person may have come in. Christoph. Yeah, ooh, maybe a fifth person. Ooh, maybe a sixth person. Heartbreak does feel good in a place like this. He's so bitchy.
I won't have you disparaging our investigation either. We looked inside that bottle, there was nothing.
So what's going on? Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? They're such messy exes. Or did the card just disappear? Not for a particular blind. In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence. Oh. Push him harder, Justice. Break him. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO. Why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore? Normal things to say about people. Break him. Okay, we did that. We did that. We did that. I don't think we pressed this way. You made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at the time? Not a soul. It was the middle of the night, after all. So there in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. And when you returned, the victim was already dead as dicks, yeah. I'll admit I was a little startled when I walked in. A little? He was bleeding from his forehead, after all. I guess I'd be startled, too, if I walked in on a scene like that. That's when I made another call to defense attorney Gavin. Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? I'd obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair. Ayo! And I figured Christoph's law offices would give me a friend rate for my defense fees. Ah, glad to hear you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Christoph. It was I who got you involved, after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high. Is this the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about? Justice, you know what you have to do. He's lying. Expose him. Now. Yes, sir. I have to think. What's Mr. Wright trying to tell me with this testimony? The truth has to be in there somewhere. Fucking auto-mod had to... I had to bypass auto-mod for that. Held for sex words. Automod doesn't want... Nightbot doesn't want people yelling in here, and Automod doesn't want people talking about Chris Nix. Okay. Here we go. Bone! You are allowed to be loud now. I fixed Nightbot, so it won't, you're allowed to yell now. Is it what I think it is? Is it this? I have to be quiet and chaste. Yeah, you don't have to whisper anymore. You are now allowed to scream. I think it's this, right? Because we're supposed to point out that the hat is covering his wound. Yeah, I'm going for it.
Objection!
Got it. Mr. Wright, if I may. Yeah? Yeah, actually, Nick, only you have to be quiet. Take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. Aww. Rip, Nick. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. Good point. This music's good. Justice. Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court? Why did Kristoff say that? Like, why? For what reason do you need to say that that inconsistency sucked? I have things to call you, Kristoff. Oh, I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. Huh? You put the hat on the dead man's head? He wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police, when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright, just like in this photograph. And I picked his hat up off the floor and put it on his head. Why'd you do a thing like that? All I can say is, I'm sorry. But that's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. So, Miss Orley didn't see it? It being the victim's, his head. I think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Yo. Here we go again. Yo? What? Excuse me? Mr. Gavin? Pardon. It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case. Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin? This witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Kristoff. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Can I please get a waffle? Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. Huh? When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. Apollo just... The tension in this courtroom. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. A reason? That reason is right here. Your cell phone? That night, recall that I spoke with defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case I recorded our conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Kristoff, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well. Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be any good? He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him. Hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china plate? It wasn't you, was it? Me? Please. The cop should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that. Starts playing Seabat on accident. Bone china plate? Kind of porcelain. Very smooth and shiny. And not plate, but pate. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead. The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead. Wait a second. Something's not right about that phone call. So, after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club? Most certainly. Then how did he know? When did he see this bone china pate? Oh, that's right. Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene. And when I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court? Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? Yo? Sorry. So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? It's come down to this, has it? Phoenix Wright. Order. I will have order. Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear the defense attorney Gavin's testimony?
As the prosecutor, I...
Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes. After which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that? Crystal clear, Your Honor. Very well. This will be the final recess for the day. Oh, there is another recess. Okay, now I put the hat back on. Yippee. I forgot my phone was on it. That was almost extremely dangerous. Hat. Hat's time. Hold on. Hat's time. 420 blaze it. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. Who would have thought today would turn out like this?
May I?
Huh? What?
Hello, sir. Please, pick a card.
What's this all about? This one okay?
Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it.
A trump card?
The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That's all.
An ace. Where do I remember that card from? Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces and Mr. Wright's 2. It is 5 aces in all. It's true. I've seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. The missing 5th ace. Wait, this blotch of red. Is this blood?
You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw the truth. My father's faith is in your hands. I know you can do it.
Trucy! This bloodstained card is my trump card for finding the truth? Okay, hat's going back off. I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. That girl. I'd seen her recently, but where? That's when I made the connection.
Trucy.
Bloody ace added to the court record. Received from a mysterious girl. Could this be the missing 5th ace? Ooh, Kristoff's gone. Oh, I should have done a screenshot of Kristoff while I had the chance. Damn. 420 blaze it. Court will now reconvene. Defense attorney Kristoff Gavin, will you please take the stand? Yippee! Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. Will the witness state his name and occupation? Is this farce necessary, Your Honor? Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom. They sure have. Fine, I'll play along. First, there's one thing we need to have... First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat? By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Yo? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it. Yo? Hey, Phoenix! I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Wright! What do you think you're doing, Wright? Wow, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Hello again, Sam Riegel. Sir, what are you doing here? Yeah, the funny line's about to happen. Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taking it off, except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit. Oh. When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to have been there in the hideout at the time of the crime. In other words, I must be the real killer. Is that what you're trying to say? Oh, is what you're trying to say. Not bad, Apollo. Mr. Gavin. Why do you laugh like eh? I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court. What? Oh, I assure you I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Yet, I'm afraid in the current situation I see little reason to hide anything. Very well. Allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night. I hate him so much. Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night? Here's the thing, I straight up don't remember what he says here. It'll be fun. The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. A bald head and a conscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. That's when the call came from Wright.
So, you witnessed the murder?
Kristoff should have been at the club. For better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team. Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client. Side view Phoenix. What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand, after all. So you are, Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright? You had to say that. Because that was the only probable window of opportunity. Right, Apollo? Oh. Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared? Yes, Your Honor. Can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder. That fateful night. Let's press fucking everything. That man. You mean Mr. Smith? Not Mr. Wright? Common confusion. He was different from the other customers. His aura, shall we say? I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that.
So then, you knew the true nature of your client's job?
Of course. But I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Well, it makes sense that he'd know. They were friends, after all. Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I feared this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score. I see. What happened then? I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. The little window? You mean the one used to keep watch up the stairs? Yes, a relic of the ancient past. The Black Marketeers used it, I believe. Why did you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go into the room? I didn't want to upset Wright, you see. Upset Mr. Wright? Yes. What if my fears had been unfounded? I'd be walking in on their match. Bad form, to say the least. So far, everything he's saying makes sense. The girlies that get it already, watching this again, it's funny. It must have been right after the murder took place. Hee hee. How do you know it was right after the murder? Really, no need to shout, Justice. I was just getting to that part in my testimony. Ah, there he is. The coolest defense in the West we know and love. Even when you're standing up there on the witness stand, some things never change. I was afraid you'd change too, right? But you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours. Love, you say? With friends like these, who needs enemies? The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene? Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead. Haha, that rhymed. And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat. Along came a phoenix. I don't know.
Can you describe the scene of the crime for us?
A bald head and an unconscious girl. And Wright holding a bottle in his hand. Those were the only three at the scene of the crime. Yes. As far as I saw, at least. Oh, now you think there's a fifth. Or a sixth person. Achoo.
And we're back where we started. The killer was the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Who else could it have been? But why didn't you talk to the police?
2 reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend. There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime. Justice, I just said I saw no one. Not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said. Ah, yes, this mysterious fourth person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question, then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap the cards in the victim's hand? Perhaps you can show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary. How can I show something I can't find myself? Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the 5th ace. The 5th ace, right. Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out a card has been raised. I just wanna... I should. Yeah. Single drop of blood marks the front of the card. Spin. And it's red. Can you point to a reason? Yes, I can. It's now or never. The defense would like to present evidence to the court. Evidence showing the reason why a card was swapped out. Go ahead and point out your reason, Mr. Justice. Why did the killer take the 5th ace? My reason is, this.
Is that an ace?
Why, it's got blood on it. Right next to the spade. What?
This is insane. Why wasn't I told about this? Why?
Could this be? Could this be the missing 5th ace? Inconceivable. How could you? What are you doing with that card? Well, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl.
Don't call me fishy.
Ooh, he's so bad. Oh, that card? It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borscht Bowl Club that night after the murder had occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are her stock and trade, after all.
Objection!
No. Impossible. Unacceptable. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? What? The twitching. Kazuya Nuri. I would think that the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. I think. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason? The reason for the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime. Where are you going with this? Take another look at this photograph and at the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen onto one of the cards? So I just remembered the back half of this case. Son of a bitch. I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood.
Objection!
Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. Oh? Right. Regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. Oh, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? You wanted to know why the killer would have taken a card from the crime scene. And now I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see.
Objection!
This is baseless conjecture. Baseless.
Objection!
Oh, I assure you, it's quite based. It's quite based. He said the line. Oh, God, I love that line. It's so funny. No, it's not an edit. It's real. It's part of the game. Oh. Oh, I assure you, it's quite based. Based? Based, right. Based on what? What? Never doubt how unserious this game is. I love Ace Attorney. Yeah. It's amazing, really. How a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite trimple. Well, Apollo? Yeah? Try picturing the scene of the crime. In your head. Why did that take a second? Oh boy! 3D. It's edible ain't shit. Again. The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And before the killer swapped the card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with the scene. Well, what is it? Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on a card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? Jesus. The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses, whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card?
The victim doesn't make sense.
Take that!
Well, isn't it the victim's position that's the problem? I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice. The shrimple is that, really? Oh god, did I skip something? No, I didn't. Well, look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You'd think any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him. Oh. Take a look at this photograph. If he bled in this position, the blood would fall onto the floor, not on the cards. Why, that's right. So what does this mean? Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? Aw, man. Apollo, try turning the chair around. Oh. Do I just point? Yeah, okay. Fun, yay, we got to turn it around. The chair was facing the other way? Is my lash falling? I can't tell. It would have to be. Whee! So we have to assume at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table. When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing? When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in the photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We know now the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. But that creates another significant contradiction.
Again?
Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses? Whose location creates a contradiction if the victim was facing away? The killer.
Take that!
The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Yo? Sorry. Sitting where his indicator currently is. I would think it'd be quite hard, yes. Yo?
Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall? In the middle of the game?
I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light.
What?
There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Apollo, if the victim was struck while he was sitting, as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? Try marking it on the diagram. Wouldn't you like to know, Fane? What? But... there's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. Don't worry. Let's think it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing toward the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim from the front? In this box. Hello? There we go. Oh, it's the wrong button. The killer had to be standing, well, here.
You get points for flair, but that's about all you get.
I thought I was onto something there, too.
I hardly need to point out that the standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard.
Wow, this is just like the Great Ace Attorney.
Are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above? Ha!
It's shrimple logic, really. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that at the very moment of the crime... Wait, I know. At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there. What's this now? I mean, that's the only explanation. Right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard. Your Honor? What? There's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff. Yes. I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. I do my best. Let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, and this cupboard wasn't there, which means... Apollo, try moving the cupboard. Yay, yippee. We moved it. Thank you. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been as shown here. Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment. Oh, wait. It is Phoenix. Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my. What's this? What is it now? Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Huh? Oh, dang! Oh, dang! Missing Little Thief right now. Yeah. If Little Thief was here, we'd never have to do all of this. Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradicting indicator. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, the second witness? Which indicator in this diagram which indicator in this diagram contradicts what we know about the crime? Witness can't see shit.
Take that!
To the window. About this cupboard. Are we all okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. Ah! That's right. Someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What? What did you say? Oh? Is the coolest defense in the West losing his cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was, while the window to that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court. Exactly where did you witness the crime scene from? Excuse me, Your Honor. Order. This is a court of law and I will have order. We just now received word from our investigative team at the Borscht Bowl Club. Oh, it's so nice to play a game where they have cell phones. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor. Oh? And what did they find? Well, Your Honor, it turns out there is a secret passage behind it. What? Yes, I believed I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about. I do remember him saying something about that now that he mentions it. Secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal goings on. Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. From the long dick of the law. What? Excuse me. So the room has a secret passage. Where does it go? Away. The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops and enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. You see where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked and the victim's hat was only off his head for a few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin, come on, say something.
Hey, thank you so much. To Miss Trucy.
My hat was on earlier, but I got tired of it. Dare I ask what really happened that night? Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith. Yo! A date with destiny. There he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard. Holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it. Ah! Yeet. Bonk. Miss Olga Orley was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then our killer stepped out from the secret passage and into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look, and after the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him, he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor. And the fact that they were all red. My phone. Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly, truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Gavin? Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor?
The prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, he is hereby cleared of all suspicion. Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest. Immediately.
Objection!
Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Hey, yo. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked. That a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick. Excuse me. The defendant is cleared of all suspicion. This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me. His own defense attorney. You're not his attorney. You're literally not his attorney. I would like to clarify that. Illegal evidence?
Objection!
Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin. Is there still any reason, at present, to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course. This bottle, for instance. What is Apollo? Chopped liver? The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking? How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints. Am I right, Mr. Payne? Actually, yes. The fingerprints on the bottle were, upside down. I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. The court and this case demand an explanation. I can think of only one reason why one would hold the bottle upside down. And that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor? See how the caught fish squirms to the last. Well, Apollo? Yeah? Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. But I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation. Just like that. Yeah. Just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to... Ugh. Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really another? Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight. How about you just say the answer in plain words?
It would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions indeed. Well, Mr. Justice? Mr. Gavin said the court in this case demand an explanation. Don't worry. Justice won't leave until justice is done. He's so cute. Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court. I'm gonna... Yeah, that's what I think it is. Okay. Polly is wonderful. What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottle are upside down? It's this, I'm pretty sure, right? Because he grabbed it that way. Polly is wonderful. I think it's this. We don't have that many. I can take a penalty, it's fine. It's actually easier to show you than explain, Your Honor.
No, that's Sebastian. He's the best.
Place that bottle on the floor, next to your chair. Excuse me? On the floor? Yes. Now, reach down and pick it up. Your Honor, put your hydro flask down near your chair. Without getting out of your chair. See, you naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck. With your fingers upside down. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here. Playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of his piano bench. He would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times. Wow, I can't believe it was that simple. Wow, I can't believe it was that simple. Recall our dinner that evening, Christoph. I was drinking my usual juice then, too. Quite simple, really. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed. To do what? But then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano. And you switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon. Is this game out on the Switch already? Yeah, it's out on the Switch. I'm streaming the PC one right now. But yeah, it released on Thursday. Order. Order! Order! What else do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin? Actually, speaking of. Ta-da! If you want the PC version, you can buy this game off my Nexus store. Look at that. Promotion. Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection. Oh, what? You claim that I switched the bottle. Where is your proof? Proof? Well, that's, as I thought. More baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty.
Objection!
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor. Mr. Court, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation? Yes, I have your memo about that here. He's turning British, I don't know what's happening. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borscht Bowl Club. And here's one of the bottles in question. What, are you going to dust that for fingerprints too? I would be surprised if any were on that but his. Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, true. There's something so interesting about, like, in one day accusing your boss of murder and then going, well, if he were to do it, he wouldn't have made such a simple mistake. He would have been a better murderer than that. Like, that says so much about Kristoff. That bottle won't bear a trace of anything. Say Apollo. Yes? Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? But why? Just humor me. Mr. Wright. That bottle will solve this case once and for all. What? That's some bottle. Let's look at the bottle.
Crazy, how'd that get there? Yeah, whee!
There's something inside the bottle.
Is that animation new? I don't remember.
Wow!
What's this?
That card. It can't be. Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Hey!
Miss Olga Orley? Yes, our little swindling debauchka.
That night I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed.
Wait, this isn't...
You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony.
I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the Five of Hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I'd been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside that bottle. The Five of Hearts. This is the card. The bottles were swapped. And the only one who could have done that was the fourth person in the club that night. He should have been at the club. Again. You, Mr. Christoph Gavin. The lobster! The lobster is so funny. That is all. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. My past is like my logic, straight and true. Neither of those is correct. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I sure hope the number 7 never becomes relevant again. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? Why do you call it that?
This is insane! What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anymore?
7 years in this case, 6 years in either Somnium Files. I believe this time we've finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin?
He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest right now.
I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he?
None that we know of.
Mr. Wright, have you anything to add? I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter. About this victim, Mr. Shady Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler. An odd profession, to be sure. And that's all we know about him.
I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor.
Good. Mr. Wright? Yes? 7 years. And you still haven't lost your touch. Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me. Both as a friend and a lawyer. Yeah? He was extremely talented, to be sure. I needed 2 things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no justice would be tolerated. This courtroom. Sorry, I just said no justice. Hold on, I fucked up. And then Apollo Justice has to leave the courtroom. The first was a place where no injustice would be tolerated. This courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo. None justice left, beef. Me? This is a dark time for our legal system. Twisting of justice brought on by our very own initial trial system. We have to set it right. Uh-huh. Mr. Wright. Our work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, am looking forward to it. Ooh, the dark age of the law, ooh. Well, this seems like a good time to announce a verdict. We're twisting what on Apollo? Yo. Plot setup, ooh. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Wright. Guys, it's the first one. Hot. Milky. We got our first hot milky verdict, guys. We did it. Yippee! Court is adjourned. And it's a good thing, too, because my wig is falling again. Good lord. Even with the wig grip on. It just does not want to stay. 4:20 plays it. Jeez, it's already 4:30 p.m. Thanks, Apollo. You came through, just like I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered Mr. the killer. I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability. Ability? Is that a fucking portrait of Jules? Yeah, it's just like... it's just a really intense portrait of the judge for no reason. Yes, a sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. No, that's megabytes? Oh, okay. Wait, I wonder if he means... I have one question for the witness, then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Misreading it as Juju. Of course it's true. Whoa. What was in that brownie? Not the link. Juju slap at Ace Attorney. What was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. The answer. Right. Today was full of questions without answers. Most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have had to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait. You don't know, do you? This locket is the key. No, it's a locket. Huh? Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture is in your locket. Maya pipe. Boonk.
Trucy!
Your daughter, right? Yeah, she's my daughter, so of course she's right. That's right. She's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. Huh? I took this off his neck the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him. Wait, but that's perjury. LMAO. You testified. You said that locket was yours. I said no such thing, actually. Huh? I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. Subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth. Wait, but then, why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it? Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. Yeah, Phoenix, you would know something about not taking the straightest path to the truth anyway. You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices after all. I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Apollo? Yes? How about coming to work for me? Huh? You mean at the Wright & Co. law offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. I can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait, but didn't you... You're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge, yeah. I'm not an attorney anymore. Apollo claims unemployment arc. That incident 7 years ago. That legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man. Phoenix Wright. There he is in the middle of it all. The case reached its sad conclusion and he left law for good. It was his first day on the job and his last day on the job. Yeah, no, literally. Man did a trial one time. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. Forged evidence? What are you talking about? I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. Naughty magician's trick. Apollo goes back to get a second degree arc. Huh. One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect. I'll bet this was the forged evidence. Hi, Nick. Hey, Nick. Welcome to Apollo Justice.
Take that!
Apollo met me and won an NBA Justice. Yeah, good for him. Kristoff deserved it. Hey, Nick, welcome to this game. You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright. Yes, that card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left. Leaving the wrong card in its place, luckily for us. The court can't accept this evidence, it's a fraud. Fraud? How can you be so sure? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Then, you really... Yes, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney. Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo? So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much now, does it? I punched him. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address. Drop in if you'd like. Mr. Wright. Oh, about your uppercut. Try yelling, "Take that!" next time. I find it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved, and at the time, I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins. We did it! We made it oh my god, we made it through the entire case before midnight. That's a miracle right there. Shit about Trump. For completion of episode 1 of Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney from the beginning chapter. Yippee! Alright. Well, this case is super long. And the game crashes right now. No. I'm gonna go back to the... Oh, return to games menu, thank god. Oh, that was so cute. Wait, it had the Spirit of Justice art that I really like. Anyway. That is gonna be all for today. I am very tired and hungry and my back hurts. I'm wearing false lashes right now. And a wig, which is escaping. But thank y'all for coming. I get to do my spiel now, my very cool spiel. So, if you would like to purchase this game and support me doing it, you can buy it at, I want to say this is my Nexus one. This is going to be really embarrassing if it doesn't work, but I feel like I have an apologist specifically. Damn, I didn't do it. Okay, well, I have them for other games, so that just looks silly. But also, if you would like, you can join my Discord server. Yippee! I have a Discord server. Majority of you who are in chat right now are in it. But yeah, feel free to join. There is a spoiler chat where you're allowed to talk spoilers and tons of other games that people love to talk about and brain rot about. Ooh, you want to join so bad. There's a ton of cool people in there. Yeah, I should be continuing with weekly streams every Monday because for whatever reason, Twitch is like, hey, that's like the peak time that people watch Apollo Justice. Like, I did it by coincidence, but apparently that's a pretty good time. So I'll be here on Monday with Turnabout Corner next week, which is a super fun case. I will not be in cosplay from here on out, just once per case. So probably towards the end of Turnabout Corner, I'll be Emma, but I'm not doing it 2 weeks in a row, guys. But yeah. Yippee! Thank y'all for coming. I hope y'all enjoyed Apollo Justice and will continue to enjoy Apollo Justice. But yeah, goodbye. I'm gonna take my wig off.